wanted dead or alive. His code name for this operation is Geronimo.
The stakes were just too damn high. We'll smoke them out of their holes, and we'll bring them to justice.
Represented by threat. Shoot to kill. Represented by threat. Shoot to kill.
Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you.
business people, and I think people who write about music tend to think that an audience, you have to play down to an audience, you know, or you have to simplify music, or you have to make it simple, because the average guy doesn't really understand any sophisticated stuff, you know. I never believed that, because I always had the experience of being able to reach real deeply into people when I played, no matter who they were.
chcę coś mówi. Nasuwa jakiś temat.
did you care? I'm stronger. But did you care?
We are
made you love me, almost made you cry, almost made you happy. Didn't I dream of? Almost had me thinking you were turned around. You can't get the head I have off the ground. Almost made you love me, almost made you cry, almost made you happy. Didn't I, didn't I? Almost had me thinking you were turned around. You can't get your head up, have off the ground.
keep spending. My lady dream is slipping through my womanly man fingers. Dream slipping away. Future child. Don't you stand there. Do something.
I have pre-forsworn to bounce these ghosts. How do you make something flee? Everyone flees when they are scared. What scares people? Everyone around here is scared of ghosts. I'll make the ghosts think this place is haunted. But how do you dress up like a ghost? Why are you asking me? Some help you are, lady. If you want to dress up like a ghost, you need to throw a piece of fabric over your head. Where can you get your hands on some fabric? Quick! The fabric of time gone by. Oh, ghosts! I'm scaring you!
We're back. WCRST Succotash and the Burr in the morning. The Christian Zoo Radio Hootie Hoo featuring Succotash and the Burr in the morning. Accept the Savior, get into the glorious kingdom of heaven. Succotash, call us up, win some cash. We got Christ, we got faith, we got traffic on the ones, weather on the what. We got Popo the Preacher Gorilla in the studio. How you doing today, Popo? Kind of making a splash in the preaching scene. Make a splash. Succotash, call us up, win some cash. Well, it's 5:55. Let's check in on the 5 W's. We got who, what, when, where, why. How's the weather this morning?
Weather's on the traffic. Traffic's on the...
No time for Succotash, win some cash, accept Christ into your heart, look down on us from the glorious kingdom of heaven. Now, Popo, I understand you're starting your own 700 Club. 7's a prime number. You're in the prime of your life. Life could change. Win a chunk of change. Succotash, call us up, win some cash. Got a caller on line 7. Are you there?
Yeah, did I win some cash?
Oh, so close! Was the phrase that pays, and we give praise. Bow your heads. Well, thanks for coming in, Popo. Coming up, we've got traffic on the ones. It's traffic every 1 second. There's traffic. No traffic. There's traffic. Sig Alert Remix!
You can never go home anymore.
Éponine. Some of you may have heard that Disney Corporation is responsible for at least one real live ghost town. Yeah. Disney built the Treasure Island resort in Baker's Bay in the Bahamas. It didn't start as a ghost town. Disney's cruise ships would actually stop at the resort, leave tourists there to relax in luxury. I mean, this is a fact. Look it up. Disney blew $30 million on the place. Yeah, $30 million. Then they abandoned it. Disney blamed the shallow waters, too shallow for their ships to safely operate, and there was even blame cast on the workers, saying that since they were from the Bahamas, they were too lazy to work a regular schedule. That's where the factual nature of the story ends. It wasn't because of sand, and it obviously wasn't because foreigners are lazy, even though I guess both are convincing excuses. No, I sincerely doubt those reasons were legitimate. Why don't I buy the official story? Because of Mowgli's palace. Near the beachside city of Emerald Isle in North Carolina, Disney began construction of Mowgli's palace in the late 1990s. Well, the concept was a jungle-themed resort with a large, you guessed it, palace in the center of the whole thing. If you're unfamiliar with the character of Mowgli, then you might better remember the story, The Jungle Book. If you haven't seen it anywhere else, then you know it as the Disney cartoon from decades past. Mowgli is an abandoned child in the jungle, essentially raised by animals and simultaneously threatened / pursued by other animals, etc., etc. Mowgli's palace was a controversial undertaking from the start. Disney bought up a ton of high-priced land from the project, and there was actually a scandal surrounding some of the purchases. The local government claimed eminent domain on people's homes. They turned around, sold the properties to Disney. At one point, a home that had just been constructed was immediately condemned with little to no explanation. And the land grabbed up by the government was supposedly for some fictional highway project. Knowing full well what was going on, people started calling it Mickey Mouse Highway. Then there was the concept art. A group of stuffed shirts from Disney Co. actually held a city meeting. They intended to sell everyone on how lucrative this project was going to be for everyone. When they showed the concept art, this gigantic Indian palace surrounded by jungle, staffed with men and women in loincloths and tribal gear, well, suffice to say, everyone flipped their shit. We're talking about a large Indian palace, jungle, and loincloths, not only in the center of a relatively wealthy area, but also a somewhat xenophobic area of the southern U.S. It was a questionable mix at that point in history. One member of the crowd tried to storm the stage, but he was quickly subdued by security after he managed to break one of the presentation boards over his knee. Disney took that community and essentially broke it over its knee as well. The houses were razed. The land was cleared. There wasn't a damn thing anyone could do or say about it. Local TV and newspapers were against the resort at the beginning, but some insane connection between Disney Media's holding and the local venues came into play, and their opinions turned on a dime. So, anyway, Treasure Island, the Bahamas. Disney sunk those millions in and then split. The same thing happened with Mowgli's palace. Construction was complete. Visitors actually stayed at the resort. The surrounding communities were flooded with traffic and the usual annoyances associated with the influx of lost and irate tourists. Then it all just stopped. Disney shut it down. Nobody knew what the hell to think, but they were pretty happy about it. And Disney's loss was pretty hilarious and wonderful to a large group of folks who didn't want this in the first place. And I honestly didn't give the place another thought since hearing it closed over a decade ago. I live maybe 4 hours from the Emerald Isle, so really I only heard the rumbling and didn't experience any of it firsthand. Then I read this article from someone who had explored the Treasure Island Resort and posted a whole blog about all the shit he found there. Stuff just left behind. Things smashed, defaced, probably ruined by the disgruntled former employees who had lost their jobs. Hell, the locals from all around probably just had a hand in wrecking that place. People there felt just as angry about Treasure Island as folks did about Mowgli's palace. Plus, there's rumors that Disney had released their aquarium stock into the local waters when they closed, including sharks. Who wouldn't want to take a few swings at some merchandise after that? Well, what I'm getting at is that this blog about Treasure Island got me thinking. Even though many years had passed since its closing, I figured it might be cool to do some urban exploration at Mowgli's palace. Take some photos, write about my experience, and probably see if there's anything I could take home as a memento. I'm not going to say I wasted no time in getting there, because honestly, it took me another year after I first found that Treasure Island article to get around to going up to Emerald Isle. Over the course of that year, I did a lot of research on the Palace Resort, I tried to. Naturally, no official Disney site or resource made any mention of the place that had been scrubbed clean. Even odder was that nobody before myself had apparently thought to blog about the place or even post a photo. None of the local TV or newspaper sites had one word about the place, though that was to be expected since they all swung Disney's way. They wouldn't be out there lauding their embarrassment, you know. Recently, I learned that corporations can actually ask Google, for example, to remove links from search results, basically for no good reason. Looking back, it's probably not that nobody's spoken of the resort, but rather their words were made inaccessible. So in the end, I could barely find the place. All I had to go on was an old-as-hell map that I had received in the mail back in the 90s. It was a promotional item sent out to people who had recently been to Disney World, and I guess since I had been there in the late 80s, that was recent. I didn't really intend to hang on to it. It just got shoved into my books and comics from my childhood. I'd only remembered it months into my research, and even then, it took me another few weeks to locate the storage bin my parents shoved it all into. But I did find it. Locals were no help, as most were transplants who had moved to the beach in recent years, or old residents who just sneered at me and made rude gestures the second I managed to say, "Hey." The drive took me through an inordinately large corridor of overgrowth. Tropical plants that had run rampant and overpopulated the area, mixed with the native species of flora that actually belonged there and had tried to reclaim the land. I was in awe when I reached the front gates of the resort. Tremendous, monolithic wooden gates whose supports to either side looked like they must have been cut from giant sequoias. And the gate itself had been gouged in several places by woodpeckers, eaten away at the base by burrowing insects. Hanging on the gate was a sheet of metal, some random scrap, with a hand-painted letter scrawled in black. Abandoned by Disney. Clearly, the handiwork of some local or an employee who wanted to make some small protest. The gates were open enough to walk through, but not drive. So grabbing my digital camera and the map, whose flip side showed a layout of the resort, I set off on foot. The inner grounds of the place were just as overgrown as the entryway. Palm trees stood unattended and ragged among piles of their own coconuts. Banana plants simply stood in their own stinking, bug-ridden refuse. There was this sort of clash between order and chaos, as carefully planted rows of perennial flowers mixed with obnoxious tall weeds and stinking blackened mushrooms. All that remained of any outdoor structures were broken, rotted wood and various charred bits of unidentifiable material. What was most likely an information booth or an outdoor bar was now simply a pile of assorted debris, chopped up by past vandalism and ravaged by weather. The most interesting thing on the grounds was a statue of Baloo, the friendly bear from the Jungle Book, which stood in a sort of courtyard in front of the main building. He was frozen in a jovial wave towards no one, staring into empty space with a silly, toothy grin, as bird shit covered whole swaths of his fur and vines ensnared his platform. I approached the main building, the palace, only to find the outside of the building covered in graffiti where the original paint had been peeled and chipped away. And the front doors weren't just open, they had been taken off their hinges, well, were stolen. Above the front doors were the gaping maw where they had once been. Someone had once again painted "Abandoned" by Disney. The inside of the building was so stark, so bare, that I actually think people had stolen the molding off the walls. Anything that was too big to steal, counters, desks, giant fake trees, they were all resting amid this empty echo chamber. They amplified my every step like a slow rat-a-tat of a machine gun. I checked the floor plan and headed to all the locations that might seem in any way interesting. The kitchen, as you might imagine, an industrial food prep area with all the appliance and space, no expense spared. Every glass structure was broken, every door knocked off its hinges, every metal surface kicked and dented. The entire place smelled like very old piss. And the huge freezer, not even remotely cool now, had rot upon every empty shelf space. Hooks hung from the ceiling, probably for hanging cuts of meat, and as I stood inside for a moment, I noticed they were swinging. Each hooks swung in a random direction, but their movements were slow and small, that it was almost impossible to see. And I figured that it must have been caused by my footsteps. So I stopped one from swinging by clutching it with my fist, and then carefully let it go. But within seconds, it started swinging once more. The bathrooms were in much the same state as the rest of the place. Just like the Treasure Island Resort, some had methodically smashed each porcelain commode with coconuts and other implements, and there was about a half-inch of rancid, stinking, stagnant water on the floor, so I didn't stay there for very long. What's odd is that the toilets and the sinks and the bidets in the ladies' room, yes, I went there, all dripped, leaked, or just ran freely. I mean, it seems to me that they should have been shut off a long time ago. And there were plenty of rooms in the resort, but naturally I didn't have time to look through all of them. So the few I did peer into were similarly wrecked, and I didn't expect to find anything there. I thought there was actually a television or a radio in one room, as I really think I heard a quiet conversation coming out. Though it was like a whisper. And probably even my own breath just echoing in silence, or just another case of the sound of flowing water playing tricks on the mind. It sounded like... I didn't believe it. Yes. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Your father told you. Listen, I know, that that sounds ridiculous. I'm just telling you what I experienced. Why, I thought there might have been some running in that room, or worse, some vagrants who had holed up there and probably would have knifed me. At the front doors of the palace again, I figured I hadn't found anything of note and had wasted the trip up. And as I looked out the door, I noticed something interesting in the courtyard that I had apparently missed. Something that would give me at least one thing to show for all my trouble, even if it was just a photograph. There was a lifelike statue of a python, maybe 8 feet long, coiled up and sunning itself on a pedestal right in the center of the area. It was almost time for the sun to start setting, so the light fell into the object in a perfect way for a photograph. I approached the python and I snapped a photo, and then I stood on my toes and snapped another. And I moved closer again to get the details of its face. Slowly, casually, the python lifted its head and looked directly into my eyes, turned so that off the pedestal, a across the grass and into the trees. All 8 feet of it. Its head long disappeared into the woods before its tail even left the sunning spot. Disney had released all their exotic animals onto the grounds. Right there on my floor plan was the reptile house. Oh, I should have known. I'd read about the sharks at Treasure Isle, and I should have known that they'd done this. I was dumbfounded, just utterly stupefied. My mouth must have been hanging open for the longest time before I came back down to earth and snapped it shut. I blinked a few times and backed away from where the snake had been, back towards the palace. Even though it was totally gone, I still wasn't taking any chances and backed my way into the building. I took a few deep breaths and slapped to my own face to get myself right in the head again after that. I looked for a place to sit down, as my legs were feeling a bit like jelly at this point. Of course, there was no place to sit down unless I wanted to recline in the broken glass and dead leaf carpet, or haul myself up onto a desk of questionable reliability. I had seen some stairs near the palace lobby and decided to go have a seat there until I felt better. The staircase was far enough away from the front of the building to be relatively clean, save for a startling accumulation of dust. I pulled the wedge of metal off the wall, once again painted with "Abandoned by Disney," that motto that I'd become accustomed to. I placed the wedge on the stairs and sat on it to keep at least somewhat clean. The stairway led downward, below ground level. Using my camera flash as a sort of improv flashlight, I could see that the staircase ended in a metal mesh door with a padlock. A sign on the door, a real sign, read, "Mascots only. Thank you." This perked up my spirits a little bit for 2 reasons. 1, a mascots only area would definitely have something interesting. And 2, the padlock was still in place. Nobody had gone down there. Not the vandals, not the looters, nobody. This was the one place I could actually explore, and perhaps find something interesting to photograph, or wantonly steal. I had come to the palace essentially agreeing with myself that it was okay to take anything I wanted because, hey, abandoned. It didn't take much to bust the lock. Well, actually, that's wrong. It didn't take much to bust the metal plate on the wall that the padlock was hooked to. Time and decay had done most of the work for me, and I was able to bend the metal plate enough to pull the screws out of the wall, something nobody else had apparently thought of, or hadn't been able to do at the time. The mascots-only area was a startling and very welcome change from the rest of the building that I'd seen. For one, every second or third fluorescent light overhead was illuminated, even though they flickered and faded randomly. Also, nothing had been stolen or broken, even if age and exposure were definitely taking their toll. Tables had notepads and pens, there were clocks, even a punch-in clock on the wall, complete with filled-out time cards. Chairs were scattered around, and there was even a small break room with an old static-filled television, long rotted-out food and drinks on the counter. It was like one of those post-apocalyptic movies where everything is left in the state of evacuation. As I walked the maze-like sub-basement, hallways of the mascots-only area, the sights just became more and more interesting. As I went further, desks and tables were knocked over. Papers scattered, almost melded with the damp floor, and a large carpet of mold was slowly overtaking the real rotting crimson floor covering. Everything was just sort of squishy. Anything wood disintegrated into mush whenever I applied even the least amount of force, and clothing items hanging on hooks in one of the rooms simply fell to moist threads if I tried to unhook them. One thing that annoyed me was the light was becoming more sparse and unreliable as I went further into the dank, suffocating depths of the place. Eventually, I reached a black and yellow striped door with the words Character Prep stenciled in it. The door wouldn't open at first. I figured this is probably where the costumes were kept, and I definitely wanted a photograph of that twisted, stinking mess. Try as I might, whatever angle or trick I tried, the door wouldn't budge. That is, until I gave up and started to walk away. That was when there was a slight popping sound, and the door creaked open slowly. Inside the room was completely dark, pitch black. I used the camera flash to look for a light switch on the wall by the door, but there was nothing. As I made my search, I was jarred out of this sense of excitement by a loud electric buzz. Rows of lights overhead suddenly flashed up to life, flickering and fading in and out like the rest that I had passed. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, and it seemed like the light was going to just keep getting brighter until all the bulbs exploded. Just when I thought that it would reach that critical stage, the lights dimmed a bit and steadied. The room was exactly as I had pictured it. Various Disney costumes hung on the wall, fully put together like strange cartoon cadavers hung from invisible nooses. These were an eerie rack of loincloths and native costumes on hangers towards the back. Now, what I found odd, and what I wanted to photograph right away, was a Mickey Mouse costume at the center of the room. Unlike the other costumes, it was lying on its back in the center of the floor like a murder victim. The fur on the costume was rotted, shedding, creating bare patches. What was even odder, however, was the coloring of the costume. It was like a photo negative of the actual Mickey Mouse. Black where he should have been white, white where he should have been black. His normal red overalls were light blue. The sight was off-putting enough that I actually put off photographing the thing until last. I took a photograph of the costumes hanging on the wall. Upward angles, downward angles, side shots to show an entire row of frozen, putrid cartoon faces, some with plastic eyes missing. And then I decided to stage a shot, just one of the bedraggled character heads on a slick, grimy floor. I reached out for a headpiece of Donald Duck costume and carefully removed it so the thing wouldn't fall apart in my hands. And as I looked into the face of the wide-eyed, moldering head, a loud clattering sound made me jump with fright. I looked down at my feet. And there between my shoes was a human skull. It had fallen out of the mascot head and shattered into pieces at my feet. Only the empty face and lower jaw remained staring up at me. I dropped the duck head immediately, as you'd expect, and moved for the door. As I stood in the doorway, I looked back to the skull on the floor. I had to take a picture of it, you know? I mean, I had to. For any number of reasons that may seem silly, but only if you don't think it through. I'd need proof of what happened, especially if Disney was going to somehow make this go away. I had no doubt in my mind, right from the start, that even if it was just gross negligence, Disney was responsible for this. That's when Mickey, that photo-negative Mickey opposite Mickey in the middle of the floor, started to get up. First sitting up, then climbing to his feet. The Mickey Mouse costume, or whoever was inside of it, stood there at the center of the room, its fake face just staring directly at me as I mumbled, no, over and over and over, with shaking hands, a violently thrashing heart, and legs that had once again turned to jelly, I managed to lift the camera, aim it at the opposite creature, now quietly sizing me up. The digital camera screen displayed only dead pixels in the shape of the thing. It was a perfect silhouette of the Mickey costume. As the camera moved in my unsteady hands, the dead pixels spread, marring the screen wherever Mickey's outline moved to. Then the camera died. Went blank, quiet, and broken. I raised my eyes once again to the Mickey Mouse costume. Hey! It said in a hush, perverted but perfectly executed Mickey Mouse voice. Wanna see my head come off? It started to pull at its own head, working it clumsily, gloved-clad fingers around its neck and clawing impatiently, movements similar to a wounded man trying to pull himself free of a predator's jaws as it worked its digits into its neck. So much blood, so much thick, chunky, yellow blood. I turned away as I heard a sickening tearing of cloth and flesh, only cared about getting away. Above the doorway, out of this room, I saw the final message clawed into the metal with bone or fingernails. Abandoned by God. I never got the picture out of the camera. I never wrote the blog entry about it. After I ran from that place, I fled for my sanity, if not my very life. I knew why Disney didn't want anyone to know about this place. They didn't want anyone like me getting in. They didn't want anyone like that getting out.
It's been a while since I've written anything related to the Disney Corporation, and I'm sure that you can understand why. A lot has been going on since my last post. I've received a lot of questions and concerns from folks who read my first-hand account of Mowgli's Palace, a resort that was built and abandoned by Disney. I want to thank everyone who mirrored my post. It's been taken down from a few places, mostly corporate sites that were easily leaned on by a larger power. However, for every new topic or disappearing blog post, it seems like 100 more have popped up. This is something they'll have to face. There's no turning back for them. None for me either. I'm definitely being followed. For the first month or two, I chalked it up to paranoia. Any casual glance or half smile in my direction set me off, hairs standing on the back of my neck and everything. The first one I was actually able to spot was a telephone worker milling around my apartment complex. He was middle-aged, doughy, just as you'd expect, but something just seemed off about him. I couldn't place it, but I knew this wasn't just my imagination acting up. He was awkward and out of place. Not somebody who was comfortable doing his routine job. I followed him around a corner only to lose him there. When I turned back to go home, there he was, staring directly at me about 10 feet behind me, emotionless and cold. "Exploring?" he asked. That was all he said. There was an accusing tone to his voice. Tell me, what blue-collar phone jockey does that? I guess that's the worst part, never feeling safe, never feeling alone. That and the occasional Disney merchandise left somewhere for me to find. Little rubber Mickeys in the mailbox, a Disney Adventures magazine on my bookshelf. They hide little Mickeys everywhere, 3 circles, one big, 2 small, in the silhouette of the famous mouse head. I've started keeping a running list of Mickeys I found. Coffee cup rings on my coffee table. One big, two small. Colored glass bottles left on the doorstep, viewed from the top down, all red. Graffiti on the wall on my way to work. A huge earth, small sun, and moon in the proper locations. They're everywhere. People have emailed me about this as well. If you repost anything that I have to say, you're going to start finding those son of a bitch outlines, I guarantee it. The best one by far. One that actually made me laugh because the horror of it all was a drawing in chalk next to my car. I was taken aback at first, walking through the parking garage, keeping an eye out for people following me. The outline seemed a perfect match for, well, a murder victim. You're probably familiar with if you've read my past posts, written in yellow paint, I'm sure, and a single word. Retract. The only good thing that's come out of all of this is that I know I'm not the only one who's seen something that they shouldn't have. I'm not going to give their names because, well, if I have to tell you why, you haven't been paying attention. Researcher goes to the Disney parks whenever he can. All throughout the year, he's not going to have fun, enjoy the rides, etc. He's going for the gascots. There's been a long tradition, apparently, of people reporting strange patrons throughout the park. Silent, motionless, staring patrons of every age, shape, and size. Men and women, adults, children, and teens. All wearing Disney-themed gas masks. Way back when, Disney would get tons of complaints about oddly dressed folks following others around the park, folks who would then merge into crowds and disappear. Later on, the gas masks caused folks to draw other conclusions, and reports of possible terrorists and bombers started flowing. All of those reports most likely went straight into the trash can. I know I can't find any signs of any such occasions reported on by the media. Although you should be aware of the fact that Disney can pretty much control its press like no other. Researcher goes to the parks, talks to a few people, and tries not to draw any attention to himself. He'll just ask 3 or 4 families that they've seen his friend, who's wearing a funny mask. He's yet to see a gascot himself, though on one occasion a child pointed him towards Frontier Town. As he raced through the crowd, he heard a single voice ahead cry out, "Mommy! I want a Goofy air mask too!" A fellow I'll call lifeguard worked in a Disney water park from 2001 to 2003. He stood at the top of a huge water slide and made sure that none of the kids got too rowdy, and he passed the kids through one at a time, telling them over and over again to be safe, keep their arms in, and so on. One day, as he tells it, this fat kid goes down the tube and doesn't come out the other end. He sent 2 or 3 kids after. The whole thing moves at a steady clip, so naturally, you'd expect that if the fat kid got stuck, the kids that followed him were stuck too. And not so. Only the big kid disappears. Everyone else comes out the other end, cheering and splashing like nothing's wrong. Lifeguard shuts down the slide, much to the aggravation of the kids waiting. Before he can go through any of the Disney strict procedures, splash, fat kid finally comes out. Staff members pulled the kid out of the water. He sank like a stone when he hit, his skin already blue and his eyes wide. All he would say was, "No face, kids," and stop squeezing. The kid was okay, in case you're wondering. He got carted right out to the medical center when lifeguard was told to open the slide back up. He made a big stink about how it clearly wasn't safe, but despite his complaints, he was threatened with firing and begrudgingly opened the slide again. From that point on, he kept a closer eye on the kids. Every so often, they'd come out of the wrong order. Never as stunned as the fat kid, but always with a vague look of concern, a dreamy half-stupor that seemed as if they were trying to figure out what was reality. They'd take on some water and choke a bit, but they'd never come back to ride again. I read his emails with the same sort of unease that you might be feeling right now. I wanted him to share his own story, but in the end, he didn't want to expose himself that way. And I can't say that I blame him. Snow White, which wasn't the actual role she played, was a character in the park. She had a nice little tidbit for me. You know what happens when a costumed employee drops dead in his suit? Like 1 second, he's taking a picture with little Jimmy, and the next, he's had a fatal stroke. A second costume mascot in the area has to sit with the corpse on a curb or bench and wait for a designated dry cleaner to drive and cart the body away in a discreet manner. All the while, patrons have no idea they're sitting with a dead body for photo ops. Feel free to check your photo albums at this point. That was bad, but another fellow janitor went completely off the creepy charts. Disney World, and probably others, is built with a series of underground tunnels just below your feet, 3 stories worth. Anything and everything you can imagine is down there for use of the employees. They're called utilidors, utility corridors, because that's the reason that you don't see characters out of place or janitors wandering through the park. They pop in and out of hidden doors and travel a concealed town that you're walking on. Well, Janitor told me something that might be common knowledge, but was nonetheless news to me. Walt Disney had several apartments built into his park. There's one above Cinderella Castle, there's one in the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. They're all over the place. More than that, there are nightclubs, a movie theater, a bowling alley, and much more, all behind doors built right into the whimsical facades that you pass by without a single look. Club 22 is one such hidden area. If you have the cash to join the exclusive club, you don't, then you'll have access to it and much more. Club 22 is a place where anything goes. Disney Company calls these places dark zones. Spots where the squeaky clean visage of Mickey Mouse gives way to drinking, drugs, and, yes, sex. Conversely, the rest of the park is the bright zone, with a few gray zone utilidors between. As far as Janitor has said, it wasn't always that way. It was more of a slow decline in the gradual relaxation of social norms within the elite group. The reason that he knows all this, you might have already guessed. He cleaned it. After a lengthy background check and non-disclosure form, Janitor moved up from a park attendant to one of the dark zone cleaning crews. Now, before you get some satanic human sacrifice vision in your head, Janitor saw nothing of the sort. Lots of empty alcohol bottles, yes. Used condoms scattered like deflated New Year's balloons, oh yeah. He cleaned up his share of blood, piss, and vomit, but it was all down to the unrestricted behavior of patrons as opposed to any sort of cult behavior. At least that's how he sees it in retrospect. All that trash, that profane shit, went into a furnace and mingled with the smoke of a quaint cottage's chimney. If you've been to Disney World, you've breathed ultra-condensed sin. Backing up this information was Hammer. Hammer mailed me the old-fashioned way. I didn't know how he got my home address. He sent me photocopies of work papers proving his employment with the instruction to burn them when I was convinced. Which I did, gladly. Hammer worked around the Disney park, doing demolition and construction. At one point, he approached his superior regarding some strange construction plans. This wide, rectangular area marked off on the blueprints about the size of a supermarket. The area was left unnamed and only bore the word, "Do not dig." Not only was his superior in the dark, but he was super fucking purposeful in the dark. He didn't want to talk about it, didn't want to know about it, and said, ending the conversation with, "This space intentionally left blank." Hammer didn't get it. The area seemed a waste of space, and it was directly conflicting with the work that he and his team had been given. He started poking around the area on his off time, finding only a derelict steel door, and a great span of concrete just beyond. It was a supermarket's worth of blank gray floor. Soon after, Hammer started picking gascots out of the crowd. Unlike all the other reports, the people, the things, would stand in full view of the guy. They'd cluster together in the distance, or they'd just be pressed against a wall when he turned a corner. He said they moved weird, like they were weak or injured, like a deer that's been run down by a hunter and can't flee anymore. The gas masks, the Disney characters' faces with the filters jammed in. He noted that they seemed wet on the inside, like condensation on a car window. Tiny beads of water glimmered behind the glass, making it impossible for any of them to actually see. Probably further, Hammer started asking questions of anyone and everyone who had been working in the park for a decade or more. He hit dead ends throughout until he was directed to Ida, an elderly woman who worked in a restaurant on Main Street. She'd been there since way back, and though nobody had the balls to ask directly, everyone knew she had some pretty terrible stories to tell. Hammer asked about the empty space, then about the gas masks. And at first, he thought that he would receive the same non-answers he'd gotten so far. And she was quiet. Eerily quiet. "Room 0, she croaked. A single shaking hand placed to her cheek as if she were a little girl fearing a father's punishment. She didn't meet the man's gaze for the entire conversation. Room 0, as it turned out, was yet another hidden room, just like the apartments in Club 22. However, its sheer size and its spot deep beneath the park set it apart from any of the fun dark zones. It was a bomb shelter. Room 0 was built to withstand a massive attack, be it conducted by foreign or domestic enemies. Room 0 was to be stocked with enough rations to feed the entire park's average number of patrons at any given moment, and house a smaller yet lavish panic room of sorts for the Disney higher-ups. During World War II, official Disney gas masks were actually produced for children to wear in the event of an attack. The idea was that it would be less scary for kids if Mickey's face was emblazoned on the wartime safety device. Yes, I know the obvious problems with that. During the Cold War scare of the 60s, when Walt Disney World was constructed, Room 0 was stocked with similar masks as well. Whether they cared about the fear of children or just callous branding, the things found their ways down there. What's more, some genius decided the kids would then be frightened of the gas masks their parents wore. And so masks, adult and children, were made to comply to this insane standard. Ida described it as treating a wound with lemon juice. And none of this explained what Hammer had been seeing. Not only the seemingly supernatural appearances, but the emptied-out room as well. "I've been there," he explained. "There's nothing but a cement floor and 4 walls." "No!" Ida shook her head and covered her mouth, stifling a sob. "You've been on top of it." Someone or something sounded the alarm one day. When the park was at full capacity, the warning was clear. It was supposedly an air attack. Security ushered everyone down into the tremendous cellar, and there they were ordered to put on their masks and hunker down for the duration of the assault. Everyone was quiet for about 30 minutes, save for the children crying and the frightened whispers. No one wanted to die, and so they were thankful, in a way, for the strange measure of safety. Then the first scream rang out. "Hey!" a man shouted. "Quit pinching!" Waves of shrieks and yelps ripped through the crowd, from one wall to the other, back and forth. "Who's running around? Settle down!" someone hollered. "Who's laughing? That's not funny! Ow, who stepped on my foot?" Despite security guards urging to calm down and keep their cool, the crowd became more and more agitated until finally, after nearly an hour of the madness, the lights flickered and died. What followed could only be described as utter chaos. In the dark, only the wails of the young and the anguished cries of adults could be heard in a massive, swelling din that bloodied the ears of all within that black echo chamber. A group of staff members and a select few patrons made it out of the door, ready to face the war above rather than the insanity below. What they found, of course, was a desolate yet untouched theme park. Upon returning to room 0, the few who stood at the top of the steel staircase, down into the pitch blackness, heard no sign of the previous fray. There was only silence. Ida herself descended that staircase despite the begging of those that she left above, and she reached the reinforced doors herself, now awash in darkness and hearing only the buzzing in her ears. A single voice came out of the darkness. The echo made it impossible to tell whether the mocking, raspy voice was at the back of the bomb shelter or if it was right in front of her face. "Shut the door, dear. You're letting out the cold." Gripped by terror, she did just that. And within days, the entire thing, shelter, staircase, all of it, was covered with feet upon feet of cement. Air systems and generators above its ceiling were removed, creating a large empty space. "They're all still down there," Ida told Hammer. "Down there with whoever that was." And you might have noticed that I used Ida's name. Unfortunately, she passed away soon after telling her story. Accidental fall, supposedly, after getting out of bed to turn on a light. Such a company devotee, the paper reported, that her entire bedroom was covered with Mickey silhouettes.
The year is 1999. That sentence brings me back to my senior So, it all happened on tonight of all nights. I was bored, obviously contemplating what I thought I could do to waste time as I chatted with people in SMWC. We had good times, we shared a few laughs together. Out of boredom, I decided to patrol the hacks waiting to be moderated section. Seems that we had quite a few, 33 if I recall correctly. The first few hacks I saw when I sorted them by date were a couple really horrible ones with bad screenshots to boot. Naturally, show these hacks to the centralities currently on SMWC. We were laughing about how bad some of them were, but then we got a hack called Mario. Just that. Nothing more, nothing less. The description seemed quite odd, as if some Japanese hacker was trying to translate the original plot of Super Mario World into English and failing horribly. I showed this to Kieran and he started laughing at the description. It read as follows: as you play the role of Super Mario Plumber, verify that you are beautiful Purin Setsutotsutoro. Again, Bowser kidnapped the evil king. It is your job to save her. This hack includes 6 levels of very long. I simply dismissed this as someone trying to act Japanese and release a crappy hack with some edits, or so. That's what I thought this was, at first. Curiosity got the better of me. I decided to download the hack, not knowing what I was in for, since the single screenshot of the hack was the title screen with nothing but the letters Mario from the Super all from playing this. It's as if role of Super Mario Plumber, verify that you are beautiful, pure and save her. Someone trying to act Japanese at first. Curiosity got the better of me. I decided to download the hack, not knowing what I was in for, since the single screenshot of the hack was the title screen with nothing but the letters Mario from the Super Mario World's title screen. I thought it was a little odd how there were no dates or anything either, as hackers usually place their names and dates on the titles to mark when the project was started. So, when I opened the hack, I was greeted by 2 files, one called 3007014, a simple .text file with 27 kilobytes in size, and the ISP file, simply named Mario. For some odd reason, I wanted to see what the author of the hack had to say, but when I opened the hack in Notepad, there was nothing but indistinguishable symbols and letters and punctuation. Sort of like how when you open a ROM in a text editor like Notepad. Seems like the author just completely copied his ROM to text form, though I could be wrong. Taking a closer look at the top of the text file, mixed in with the gibberish, I found the only thing that looks like English there. Here is a piece of what I found. Find me, find me, find me, find me. To be honest, I didn't know what to make of this, and I thought it was to simply waste some of my time by making me find some text in the gibberish file. That, I'm willing to bet, no one else will ever be able to make sense of. I decided that because my interest was growing steadily, I would start looking through my horribly disorganized download folder for a copy of a clean ROM, which I had downloaded a great deal of time before the events of tonight unfolded, and an IPS patcher. Of course, my choice for the job was Luna IPS. So, I then proceeded to move the ROM and IPS patcher to the folder with the hack. I patched the ROM, not knowing what to expect next. I quickly hurried to drag the ZSNES and play what I thought was to be a terrible in the form of a ROM image. I noticed on boot up that the author had taken the time to change the header of his hack. Instead of the usual Super Mario World you normally see when booting up a ROM in ZSNES, it had the letters Mario there again. At this point, I gained a little hope, because normally people who do terrible, half-assed edits to a ROM generally don't know enough to change the header title. I thought I wasn't wasting my time with this, and my mood brightened slightly at the thought of seeing what the author had to offer in his interesting little hack. So, the title screen loaded exactly like it would with a Super Mario World, except it had just Mario on the title, like I mentioned earlier. Something else grabbed my interest, more so than the usual absence of layer 3 tiles on the title screen. Mario's normal, bright coloured and happy palette seemed, how can I put it, dull. What was once violet and red was now what seemed to be grey with a slight red tint to it, and I'm fairly sure his pants were looking more grey than blue too. I thought this was strange and wondered why he had decided to give Mario such a dull palette. Regardless as what his intentions were, I felt that something was wrong. Not in the sense that the palette was slightly bad, but that the hack was empty, like something had happened. Upon pressing start and selecting a new file, like a lot of other countless Mario hacks I've played in the past, there was some sort of intro screen that basically described the entirety of the plot in a short paragraph, just small enough to fit into a small black box. I began reading and, for the most part, the message stayed the same, but there was one key factor that made this interesting. Apparently, the main antagonist of this hack wasn't Bowser at all. It was Mario. The message read as follows: "Welcome, this is Dinosaur Land. In this strange land, we find that Princess Toadstool is missing again. Looks like Mario is at it again." What the? This wasn't the original message from Super Mario World, I thought to myself. Normally, I wouldn't think anything of this, seeing as how, over my nearly 2 years at S&W Central, I have played countless hacks and have seen many different intro messages. But this one really stuck out. At this point, I definitely knew there was something odd about this hack. Upon letting the intro level music play, I finally pressed the start button on my controller to finally get to the overworld and began my journey into this unknown hack. Upon entering the overworld, everything seemed normal. Same old level paths, same old music, but the level names were different. Instead of Yoshi's house like it always has been every time I've played Super Mario World, it was now just Yoshi's. The house part was gone. I thought that this was strange, and I began to lose hope in the hack because it had seemed like barely anything had changed at all from the original. I was hoping to see something new. Well, unluckily for me, I got my wish, as you'll soon see when you listen on. I decided to enter the level out of curiosity. When I entered, the whole house that's normally there was gone. No more smoke, no more fire, no more little birdies, no more treehouse. All that was left was the message box. I decided to hit it. Upon opening, the message I expected to be there was replaced with what seemed like binary. Apparently it says notepad. At this point, I was on IRC telling everyone about how the hack was starting to weird me out, which in itself yielded some sarcastic responses, but hey, I expected it. Anyways, after this, my interest level in the hack skyrocketed, and along with it, my paranoia. Oh boy, was I in for a fun surprise. So, I decided to head left. Upon reaching what was before known as Yoshi's Island 1, the level was now labelled Never Come Back. Now, I thought things were going to be all Kaizo Death Trap, because generally that is what people name their levels in Kaizo hacks to make sure the player doesn't go there. To my surprise, it wasn't quite that way though. I wish that it had been. Upon entering level 105, I was greeted by the insanely loud clown car sound that Bowser's flying vehicle makes right before Peach falls out. Of course, with my headphones being moderately high, the sound scared the living daylights out of me. which wouldn't have happened if I hadn't been so nervous beforehand. I decided at this time it would be best if I turned the volume on my headphones down, as to not get any more unpleasant surprises such as that one. When I entered the level, other than the music, everything seemed to be the same, except for the fact that the little Koopa that slides on the ledges wasn't there anymore, nor was the Bonsai Bill. The Dragon Coin was still there. However, for some odd reason, I wasn't able to collect it, or rather any Dragon Coins at all. The author made certain of that. I also noticed that there was a brown, used block near the spot where the Bonsai Bill normally shows up. I can only assume that this was a revisit to the level after I had beaten it, like I heard in some half-assed creepy stories in other Mario games. Now, I was wondering why things were like this, making me wonder about the intro message. Had Mario done something previously to Dinosaur Land? Was this in Bowser's point of view? I quickly dismissed the latter option, because it seemed kind of stupid. So that left me thinking that Mario, at one point in time in the author's story, did something. But what? What did Mario do? My mind was nothing but rushing thoughts at this point. However, I quickly dismissed them and ventured further into the level, only to find that all blocks had basically been hit, coins had been collected, save Dragon Coins. Those were still there and unobtainable. That there were no enemies, and that I could no longer go down pipes. What kind of mess am I playing here? I kept thinking to myself. At this point, I felt uncomfortable. I decided to keep venturing. Eventually, I came across a message box, which I wasn't surprised was still in the level. Being the idiot I am, I went and hit the box. Upon hitting it, I was greeted with the familiar black box once again. The message was edited, obviously, as I had figured that this was a given at this point. It reads as follows: "Point of advice, I hate you." Now, I thought things were starting to get the vibe that the author was a twisted and warped individual, and that I was right about Mario having done something. At this point, I was basically rushing to get to the end of the level, so I just scurried by, and then I came across another message box. However, this one was just a blank box with "point of advice" at the top with nothing else in it. I quickly disregarded it and headed off further to the right, hoping to free myself of the hell that was once level 105. Upon reaching the end, I saw a fire flower in the top block where the 4-way block intersection used to be. However, it was too high for me to reach by normal means, so I just continued onward, like the blind, curious idiot I am who would. So, I finally beat the level, and as usual, the path to the Yellow Switch Palace was unlocked. I decided to head up the path that normally leads to the Yellow Switch Palace, and I found that when I entered the main overworld, every other landmass and decoration besides the ghosts from the ghost house and Yoshi's Island itself were gone. Nothing really changed at the Yellow Switch Palace except for the Switch message. All that changed was that Switch Palace was changed to Mario World. Boring. Anyways, just when I thought I was done with this abomination that calls itself a hack, I found that Yoshi's Island 2 has also been edited. Oh joy, I thought to myself. Upon reaching Yoshi's Island 2, I found that it had been renamed to Yoshi's House, the original name of level 104. I decided to enter and found that the palette of the level had been changed, along with the background. They seem to have been changed to the same palette as Yoshi's Island 3, you know, greenish tan and such, except the background was pushed down some and was now a rotting brown colour, and the vegetation on the foreground was now no longer present. I decided to explore the level a bit and came across the trail of Coopers that countless players have used shells to rack free one-ups with. I decided to ignore them and go see if any more of the level was changed. I eventually came across the question mark block that holds Yoshi and decided to free him. Upon freeing him, I got this message. "Hooray! Thank you for rescuing me. My name is Yoshi. On my way to rescue my friends. Mario trapped me in that egg." This had me wondering what kind of sick and twisted hack I was playing. I had thoughts of all possible scenarios of Mario attacking Dinosaur Land horribly and causing irreversible damage. The author had me hooked with this sick little game, and like any other idiot, I took the bait and kept coming back for more. Somewhere not far off the Yoshi question mark block, I found a message in the same place I remember that it has always been. Though, if I've learned anything at all from playing this, is that whatever had to be in that message box message was not going to be even remotely normal in the slightest. This made me hesitant to hit it, but I ended up doing so anyways. I wanted to find out more. The message I was greeted with was as follows. "But, is there anything I can do to change your mind?" What the hell, I thought to myself. What the hell did this message even mean? Change my mind? What would I change my mind about anyways? Was this about Mario and whatever he did? And about how people were trying to convince him to stop? Was Yoshi talking to me through the message boxes? Or was it about me? About me playing the hack? Asking me as if the hack was trying to talk to me through message boxes. Either way, whether it was for more backstory on what Mario had done, or if it was just questioning my decision to keep going, I decided to keep progressing despite the obvious signs that I should have quit playing the hack a while ago. As I progressed further, I found that I was right. All vegetation was now gone, and nothing was left at all, save for a few enemies like chucks and moles and such. Even the pipes were gone. I came across another message box. Like all other times, I decided to hit it and was greeted with yet another cryptic message. "Point of advice. This is the selfish way out." Selfish way out? What the hell? Was he calling me selfish for continuing to play the hack despite the warnings? Had Mario made some kind of selfish decision that only benefited him? Was Yoshi still trying to talk to me? What the hell was this guy trying to tell me? At this point, I was creeped out to the point that I was shaking slightly. A mix of anticipation and fear, and the fact that my room was terribly cold last night. I closed the message box and once again proceeded further. The area with the moles seemed the same, except for the fact that the block next to the vine block was gone, along with the happy clouds and dragon coin that the vine allowed access to. This made me feel gloomy, to say the least. Not so much frightened as I was depressed. It's a feeling I couldn't really explain well. From this point on, it was basically just a big empty stretch of land to the end of the level. I proceeded quickly. I wanted to get the hell out of there, as I felt that I'd spent enough time looking around. So, me and Yoshi, I still had him at the time, opened the next path on the overworld. It too was changed. What was once Yoshi's Island 3 now read as Yoshi's Island 7. Memories of Super Barbido World flooded my mind. How the levels would make giant leaps in number order, which made it seem ridiculous. Though at this time, I didn't quite find it as humorous, due to the common sense and obvious reasons explained earlier. I entered the level. As I entered, I was welcomed by a black background and a blue and grey coloured floor. The place seemed frozen, lifeless and barren. There was nothing in the level at all, save the goal point. Just a clear stretch of land with nothing else at all. I quickly lost interest and finished the level. This was what seemed like the most empty and creepy level in the game, though, as you'll listen on, it gets far worse. With the level beaten, a new path opened up. Yoshi's Island 4 was now just leave now. Now I was hesitant as to whether I should stop playing, but my interest kept me going further. At this point, SMWC was nothing but me posting findings and messages from the hack, so others could experience what I was experiencing. The channel sadly was unusually inactive. Seemed like no one really cared or wasn't around. I felt alone. I proceeded into the level. For the most part, everything seemed the same, save for the fact that there was now no water at all to keep me from falling in the pits without using Yoshi as a sacrifice. The level was so void of all enemies as well. Whenever I got to an area that seemed too far for me to jump, I found that I could just walk across on the air, thus getting rid of the need to use Yoshi's as a sacrifice. It's apparent that the hack wanted me to keep him. I could tell that much. I was able to get to the pipe that usually leads to the exit level. I went in and found that the room was exactly the same, everything in the right place and nothing edited, or so I thought. The message box once again broke the mood of that brief moment of relief I had gained upon entering the pipe. You get if you cut the at the end. If you collect, you can. At this point, I was questioning whether I should keep going to see how it ends, or quit now while I still have a bit of common sense left. The message box was sort of indistinguishable, and I couldn't really make sense of it. For a moment, I tried to figure out what the box meant, but eventually I just gave up and beat the level. I figured that box wasn't worth the time anyways. With the level beaten, the path to the first world castle opened, now renamed from Number 1 Iggy's Castle to Number 1 Go Back. I sure feel welcome here. I decided to completely ignore the level name, as I just wanted to get this over with and be done with it forever. What seemed like a normal castle intro was made especially creepy given the fact that I had to dismount Yoshi. I felt for the first time that I was actually abandoning him, and I wish I had taken him with me. The inside room of the castle looked strange. There was this darkish, bluish, greenish black lava on the ceiling, and there were gold points that looked like pillars. Aside from that, next to each pillar, there was an increasing amount of message boxes next to each pillar the further I got. The room was basically just a big hallway with no enemies or anything of the sort. Every message box I pressed either gave me a blank box with Yoshi's signature at the bottom, or the message that reads as follows: "Don't you think you've caused enough trouble?" Another cryptic message, though at this point I wasn't surprised, not in the slightest. Again, the thoughts in my head started circulating, wondering what exactly Mario had done, why he was here, and why everything seemed to hate everything about him and wanted him gone forever. I was feeling more depressed than scared at this point, to be honest, and I had no idea what to expect next. I proceeded down the long hallway, checking message boxes filled with nothing but the same 2 messages over and over. It's like they were telling me to stop playing or something. Obviously, I ignored them and kept going. I eventually reached the end of the hallway. There was a door which I entered. I was welcomed with nothing but a small section of land, and at that, the level was auto-scrolling, so I figured that this must be the end, that the author wanted me to jump in the pit and commit suicide or something, thus ending my journey. I was wrong. The auto-scroll pushed me over the ledge and I was still walking, unfortunately. The whole level was nothing but a stretch of invisible land to another small piece of land just big enough for a boss door to fit in. The auto-scroll came to a stop and I prepared for the worst. I gathered my composure, swallowed some of the spit in my mouth and took a deep breath. I entered. Nothing but a normal Iggy boss. I felt cheated in a way, though I was happy to think that it was finally over. I defeated Iggy with 2 jumps effortlessly, which was actually the quickest I had ever beaten him before. After he fell in the lava, the course clear message popped up as usual. It ended and I was brought to the rescue egg scene, though instead of the usual message, I was shown something disturbing and vastly different. Like a profile for the scene of a crime. It was as follows. Victim number 1. Eyeballs were unable to be found. The victim was found lying on a carpet. Causes of death unknown. Hand marks with unidentifiable fingerprints were found all over the corpse. What the hell was wrong with this guy? I said as I read the disturbing message. I mean, it was a hack, but still. Who the hell was this victim? Why were her eyes gouged out and just what could have made those unidentifiable fingerprints that were found in a body? Was this Mario's doing? Is this what the author was trying to tell me? And furthermore, was the girl Princess Toadstool? It took me a while to see if I read the message correctly. Then I proceeded outwards, though I was wondering what happened next, since the main map was completely gone and there was no trace of it anywhere. To my surprise, it still showed the path marked for Donut Plains, the event tiles still being there, marking the path to the lone island on the giant map that was once the main world. It was still called Donut Plains 1. I thought we were finally done once more, but when I entered the level, I could see that, like the previous times, I was once again wrong. Upon entering, I saw 2 message boxes. They said as follows. There's no way out of here. Fly away. I found it quite strange that both message boxes were contradicting each other. One was telling me that there was no way out of this accursed hell, and the other was telling me that if I could fly away, I could be free, though I saw no feathers or enemies to grab on with. Was this telling me that I could either rise up and go to heaven or stay in hell forever, wallowing in despair? Did I need a cape to proceed? And what happened after this? Is the whole game like this? I began to create more thoughts in my head, trying to figure the message boxes out, but to no avail. I proceeded to walk to the right. I made a jump, but I found that I was stuck in the area. There was an invisible wall and I had thought I hit a dead end. When I landed, I tried moving right again to see if there was any way to go on. All of a sudden, I heard the pipe sound, and I was making the pipe animation, except there was no pipe present, so it looked quite odd. I was then taken to a level with a black background, stone blocks for ground and a small door. I was immediately given a mushroom to prevent me from entering, so I proceeded further to see if there was anything else in the level. I found that the room was nothing but a long stretch of concrete blocks and doors that were too small for me to enter because of the mushroom I got. It's obvious that the author didn't want me going through any of them, or I wouldn't have gotten the mushroom in the first place. As I proceeded, I found myself at a dead end. Since there was nothing left for me to look at, I tried to go right again. It worked, and I went through the brick wall. It acted like a pipe, and I did the pipe animation that looked like I was going into the darkness. I was then taken to a small room with what seemed like a pit and a wall. I jumped down the pit, seeing as there was no other option. though I found the bottom of the pit was solid. I tried pressing down in a bunch of areas until I came across a pipe. Mario slowly did the pipe transition downwards off the screen. Expecting another level, I waited, but there was no more, just a black screen. I was unable to continue, unable to pause or exit the level or move. There was nothing at all. This was the video game representation of death, a crash. Mario had died. After playing, I think I finally understand what was happening. I believe Mario was atoning for his actions, eventually being plummeted into a hell that looked exactly like Yoshi's Island, where he was lost to the grip of death forever. I was finally done playing and quite relieved after that. The nightmare was over. Activity on IRC seemed to be back up again. I quickly shared my tales with the rest of SMWC and typed this documentation of it. If you feel daring enough, you too can witness my tale firsthand. Remember guys, it's only a hack. It can't hurt you. Or can it? I'm a total Sonic the Hedgehog fan, much like everyone else. I like the newer games, but I don't mind playing the classics. I don't think I've ever played glitchy or hacked games before, though I don't think I want to play any after the experience I had. It started on a nice summer afternoon. I was playing Sonic Unleashed. I like how you get to explore the towns in it, until I noticed, out of my peripheral vision, that the mailman had arrived and put something in my mailbox as usual and left. I paused my game to go see what I got in the mail. The only thing in the mailbox was a CD case for computers and a note. I took it inside. I looked at the note first and realized it was from my dear friend Kyle, whom I hadn't heard from in 2 weeks. I know that because I recognized his handwriting. Though what was weird is how it looked. It looked badly written and scratchy and somewhat difficult to read, as if Kyle was having a hard time writing it down and did it in a hurry. This is what he wrote. Tom, I can't take it anymore. I had to get rid of this thing somehow before it was too late, and I was hoping you'd do it for me. I can't do it. He's after me. And if you don't destroy the CD, he'll come after you too. He's too fast for me. Please, Tom, destroy this godforsaken disc before he comes after you too. It's too late for me. Destroy the disc, and you'll destroy him. But do it quick, otherwise he'll catch you. Don't even play the game. It's what he wants. Just destroy it. Please. Signed, Kyle. Well, that was certainly weird. Even though Kyle is my best friend and I hadn't seen him in 2 weeks, I didn't do what he asked me. I didn't think that a simple gaming disc would do anything bad to him. After all, it's just a game, right? Boy, I was wrong about that. Anyway, I looked at the disc, and it looks like any ordinary computer CDR disc, except it had black marker on it written Sonic.exe. And it was much unlike Kyle's handwriting, meaning that he must have gotten it from someone else, like a pawn shop or eBay. When I saw Sonic on the writing of the CD, I was actually excited and wanted to play it. Since I am a big fan of Sonic, I went up to my room and turned on my computer and put the disc in and installed the game. When the title screen popped up, I noticed that it was the first Sonic game. I was like, awesome. Because like I said earlier, I like the classics. The first thing I noticed that was out of place was when I pressed start. There was a split second when I saw the title image turn into something much different. Something that I now consider horrifying, before cutting to black. I remember what the image looked like in that split second before the game cut to black. The sky had darkened, the title emblem was rusted and ruined, and the Sega 1991 was now instead Sega 666, and the water had turned red, like blood, except it looked hyper-realistic. But the freakiest thing that was in that split-second frame was Sonic. His eyes were pitch black and bleeding, with two glowing red dots staring right at me, and his smile had stretched wider up to the edge of his face. I was rather disturbed about that image when I saw it, though I figured that it was just a glitch and forgot about it. After it cut to black, it stayed like that for about 10 seconds or so. And then another weird thing happened. The save file select from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 popped up, and I was like, what the hell? What's this doing in the first Sonic game? Anyway, then I noticed something off. The background was the dark, cloudy sky from the Bad Stardust Speedway level from Sonic CD, and there were only 3 save files. The music was that creepy Caverns of Winter music from Earthbound, only it was extended and seemed to have been in reverse. And the image for the save file where you see a preview of the level you're on is just red static for all 3 files. What freaked me out more was the character select. It showed only Tails, Knuckles, and to my surprise, Dr. Robotnik. Now I was sure that something was up. I mean, how can you play as Robotnik in a classic Sonic game, for crying out loud? That's when I realized that this wasn't a glitchy game. It was a hacked game. Yeah, it definitely looked hacked. It was really creepy, but as a smart gamer, I wasn't scared. Or at least I tried not to be. I told myself that it was just a hacked game, and there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, shaking off the creeped out feeling, I picked file 1 and chose Tails. And when I selected, I got started. The game froze for about 5 seconds, and I heard a creepy, pixelated laugh that sounded an awful lot like that Kefka guy from Final Fantasy, before cutting to black. The screen stayed black for about 10 seconds or more, then it showed the typical level title thing, except the simplistic shapes that were different shades of red, and the text showed only Hill, Act 1. The screen faded in, and the level title vanished, revealing Tails in the Green Hill Zone from Sonic 1. The music was much different though. It sounded like a peaceful melody in reverse. Anyway, I started playing and had Tails start running like you would in any of the classic Sonic games. What was odd was that, as Tails was running along the level, there was nothing but flat ground and a few trees for 5 minutes. That was when the peaceful music started to lower down into slow, deep tones, very slowly as I kept going. I suddenly saw something, and I stopped to see what it was. It was one of the small animals lying dead on the ground, bleeding. That was when the music started to slow down. Tails had a shocked and saddened look on his face that I never saw him have before. So I had him move along, and he kept that worried look on his face. As he kept moving, I saw more dead animals as Tails moved past them, looking more and more worried as the music lowers and he moves past more dead animals. I was shocked to see how they all died. They looked like somebody killed them in rather gruesome ways. A squirrel was hanged on a tree with what appeared.
April 16th, 2012. Okay, I'm going to use this as a blog for something. If you wish to respond, type your response in the day of the blog with a signature. I recently got a game from my friend Frank. It was a copy of Wario Land 3 for the Game Boy Color. I immediately took it and he seemed more than happy to get rid of it. I asked him why and he just told me, "You'll see." I thought he just meant that it had a glitch. I'm hoping it does. April 17th. I took the game home today. It was usual, nothing important. The game worked fine except for something I won't forget. When I started the game, this high-pitched screech blew out of the speakers. It repeated 3 times, then it stopped. It didn't happen again. I'm hoping this is the worst it will get. Oh wow, the goddamn cartridge malfunction. That's very common. Why are you being traumatized already? April 18th. Well, I was wrong. It got way worse. I tried the game again. It started me off at Sea Turtle Rocks without even giving me the map screen. I went backwards to go get the first key, but it was gone. The only thing there was the barrel. I picked it up and threw it to collect the coins, but instead this box appeared. I picked it up and I died. I turned it off after that. Something is really wrong here. April 19th. Okay, there is a huge problem here. It's huge. It's one of the hugest problems we've ever dealt with. The game turned itself on last night. I don't know how. Wario Land turned on and it took me to the temple. The weird guy there said something in Latin. I looked it up and it said, "The game will determine your fate." Someone help me. April 20th. This game is creepy as hell. I turned the game on today. It didn't even do the Game Boy Advance logo at the beginning. It just went straight to the game. The title screen was disturbing. It showed Wario digging like normal, but the sky was red and the clouds were black. Then Wario started digging. He jumped out of the hole and went off screen. When he returned, he was dragging something. When I realized what it was, I almost screamed. It was a dead body. Its eyes were gone and the sockets were missing. Wait, how can sockets be missing? The torso was cut up and his left leg was missing. The area where it used to be was bleeding heavily. The body was leaving a trail of blood as Wario dragged it towards the hole. He threw the body in and buried it. After that, he looked at me. He just stared. He wouldn't stop staring. Whenever I moved, so did his eyes.